going to wait for our district clerk to rejoin us. Good evening and welcome to tonight's combined work session for the Wyandanch Free School District Board of Education. My name is Letitia Walker, I'm your chair, and we are coming to order at 6:39 p.m. We will turn now to our district clerk, Jessica Reed, for roll call.
Thank you. President Letitia Walker.
Present.
Vice President Shirley Baker. Trustee Shamika Brown. Trustee Kathy Corbin. Trustee James Crawford. Trustee Felice Holder. Trustee Gerard Morris.
Present and accounted for.
That completes the roll call. Please stand now for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, I'd like to adopt tonight's agenda as their first. Baker, Walker will second. Are there any questions?
Yes, Madam Chair. Notice was sent to the clerk earlier to add to the agenda resolutions number 11A5, 11A6, and 11A7. It is my understanding that the clerk was instructed before this meeting to wait. However, according to board policy, any trustee does have the right to introduce any resolution and present them to the board for its consideration.
While that is accurate, Trustee Morris, the Board of Education needs to look at that in full in executive session.
We can't look on something that's not on the record.
How would the Board of Education like to proceed regarding Trustee Morris's request? Would you like to review the resolutions, add them to the agenda? What would you like to do? They are unaware of what your resolutions are.
They should have checked their emails, and I sent it out at about 10 o'clock this morning. And it is my understanding that communication have happened as well. And I'm not the president of the board, so that is not my duty to inform the entire board of resolutions to which I bring before the body, and such will be discussed upon its addition to the agenda.
What would you like to do, trustees? What would you like to do? I'm sorry. Add them? Do not add them? Board of Education? Speak into your microphone so that you can hear you.
In resolutions at board.
That was never the case. It's the history of this district that we have operated with walk-in resolutions. There are persons sitting here tonight who have been hired through walk-in resolutions as well.
Attorney Hutchinson, how do you view it?
I believe the district does have a practice of allowing resolutions to be walked on. So if that's the pleasure of the board to consider the resolutions and to vote to amend the agenda to include those resolutions, the board may do so.
What say you, Board? Corbin? Baker? Yes or no, ma'am? Yes. Holder? Brown? Crawford? Vote to, motion to amend the agenda to include 11A5, 11A6, and 11A7.
Morris will first.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, the count is 7. Now, motion to adopt tonight's agenda.
Morris.
Morris, Brown, questions or concerns? Seeing none, the count is 7. Again, we'd like to welcome you to tonight's work session and combined session. The Board of Education will meet tonight to do the district's business. Before we get started, though, we'd like to recite tonight's mission statement. Are you ready? Let's do it. To inspire the passion for learning and educating all students to achieve its full potential. The Board of Education needs to go into executive session to discuss personnel matters, employment of particular persons, resolutions for operations of the district, and to receive legal advice. Is there a first to enter into executive session?
Madam Chair, before we proceed into executive session, I would like to ask that the Board of Education consider Board of Education resolutions 11A5, 11A6, and 11A7 at this time.
Is that the desire of the board to consider the resolutions that you were not familiar with, 11A5, 6, and 7 at this time? No? No? No. Would you allow the Board of Education?
Because this side was not asked.
Trustee Holder, would you like to consider 11A5, 11A6, and 11A7 prior to the discussion? Yes? Trustee Brown? Yes. Trustee Crawford? Yes. So that's 4 for the affirmative, 3 for the opposing.
Okay, so I would ask, Madam Clerk, do you have the resolutions ready, or should I have to read the resolution since I am the person who drafted these resolutions? And I don't mind reading them into the record of the district.
You can read them.
Okay. Board of Education Resolution 1185, it reads, resolved that the Board of Education of the Wyandanch Free School District hereby terminates the services rendered by Cortella Shamiri PLLC as special counsel effective immediately.
Question. Special counsel was appointed to do a particular service, which was to carry out an investigation, lead a hearing, etc. Those services have since concluded. Is a resolution necessary, Attorney Hutchinson?
I would have to look at the retainer agreement. I have not seen it, but to the extent, you know, he may still be working on things, I really don't know. So if you no longer want him to be paid for those things and be notified to cease and desist on any work, then the resolution would be pertinent. So that the work stops as of today. But I don't know the status of the work, which is what I'm saying.
Right, that's my understanding that the work has concluded, but nevertheless, that concludes my question.
The resolution would need a first and second.
You read it, sir? Is there a first? Is there a second?
Morris.
Are there any questions? All in favor? Any opposed? Walker? Walker Baker? Any abstaining? Corbin? The count is 4-1-1-1. Motion 1185 passes.
Just for clarity, before 2-1. On to resolution number 1186. Be it resolved that the Board of Education of the Wyandanch Free School District hereby terminates the retainer agreement between the district and Gersier as Labor Council, effective December 31st, 2024.
Say it first. Table first.
Morris will first on the resolution.
There is a first on the resolution. Is there a second on the resolution? Brown will second the resolution. Is there a question? Baker would like to table for further discussion.
I do not pull back.
Speak into your microphone, trustee.
I do not pull back.
She'd like to know if there's a reason, trustee.
That's a question that I don't have to answer. Call the question, please.
Are there any other questions? I would just ask that the board consider at the time that they're terminated, we need to have a layer of protection over the district, whether at the general level, labor level, we need to have some form of representation. Ma'am, would you like to make a statement?
My statement is, you're not coming back to destroy the district.
Are there any other questions? That concludes my statement regarding having coverage, labor coverage, legal coverage after December 31st, 2024. That was Morris Brown. All in favor? Any opposed? Walker? Baker? Any Corbin? 4-3-0. Motion 1186 passes. Moving on now.
Next resolution, Board of Education Resolution number 1187. Be it resolved that the Board of Education of the Wyandanch Free School District hereby terminates the retainer agreement between the district and Gersier as General Counsel effective December 31st, 2024.
Is there first?
Morris will second.
Brown, Morris. Are there any questions? All in favor? Any opposed? Walker? 4-3-0. Motion 1187 carries.
Thank you.
Now, moving into executive session, is there first? Brown. Walker will second. Any questions? All in favor? Any opposed? The count is 7 at 6:50 p.m. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Baldini. All right, Ms. Reed, I have a few items for you. You ready? Okay. All right, so it was Morris Holder at 821, total count of 6. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the public session of our combined work session. My name is Letitia Walker, your chair, and this public session will begin with our public presentations presented by our Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Larry Aronstein.
Hello, everybody. Okay, I hope you can hear me. I think I'm in pretty good voice tonight. I have a few presentations to make. Um, Usually, these are made, I guess, in June, but for whatever reason, they weren't taken care of, but hey, better late than never. Um, and that is, each year, teachers serve, usually speaking, 4 years in a school district, and they receive tenure. And I have 3 people who I would like to acknowledge for having received tenure and giving them a token of our appreciation and a nice hand. And if you could come up, I'll hand you your certificates. Mr. Noel Rios, Assistant Principal, received tenure as of July. Okay. Wonderful. Terrific. You earned it. Hard work. Okay. For the young people here, man is an inspiration. Give him a hand. Next, this is Corrine Cooper, elementary school teacher, received tenure as of September 2024. You give with the left, and you shake with the right. I learned that in superintendent schools. Okay. And I'd like to present Nicole Church, mathematics teacher, received tenure as of August 2024. Receiving the award will be my dear friend. Okay, thank you. We also have plaques for retirements. And I don't know how many of these folks are here, but it's a very nice plaque. And just in case they get bumped, you're not going to scratch them or anything. So, first off, Linda Lyles retired after 10 years of service as a cook in the child nutrition department. Linda, are you here tonight? Well, let's give Linda a big shout out. Next, Shelley Jackson retired after 11 years of service as a teaching assistant. Is Shelley here? Shelley, congratulations. Thank you for being here. Next, Gary Ballard retired after 22 years of service as a school custodian. Is Gary here? On behalf of the Academy, I will accept this for Gary. I'm sure he's a terrific guy. Number 4, Scott O'Brien Kersey, retired after 25 years as an elementary school teacher. And Scott, are you here? Scott O'Brien. And finally, retired after 20 years of service as the principal office assistant, Wanda Faye Myers. Wanda wins for the most applause. Okay, so those are the presentations in terms of tenure and retirements. Next, I would like to. That's fine. Next, I would like to introduce a program. It'll take about 15 minutes. I think you're going to find this highly informative. And it's the Smart Scholars Program and also the Liberty Partnership Program. And these are in association with Farmingdale. And I'm going to have Dr. Jordan introduce the program for us. Dr. Jordan.
Good evening, Board of Education, community, and guests. We have several partnerships with Farmingdale State College, and we are highlighting two of them here tonight. The first, as Dr. Ehrenstein stated, is the Smart Scholars Program. And I believe this is Jennifer DeGennaro. She is the director of the Smart Scholars Program. I think for the last 5 valedictorians have all been Smart Scholars students. And what Smart Scholars does is it provides access to students to college courses taken both on Saturdays at the Farmingdale campus and on our own school embedded in their day and taught by our teachers. And the average number of credits that a Smart Scholar student graduates high school with, free of charge, is about 27. With our valedictorian 2 years ago, I think she ended up with 32, which was huge. We are very lucky to provide access to this program, which again is completely free to students and families. And because those credits are SUNY credits, they will transfer anywhere in the SUNY system. And I think Ms. DeGennaro has a little presentation that she'll share with us now.
Good evening, everybody. Oh, sorry. I'm not used to a microphone, so I do apologize. But thank you all for being here, and thank you all for giving us the opportunity to talk a little bit about our program and how truly valuable it is to the Wyandanch School District. So thank you, Dr. Jordan, for that introduction. My name, like Dr. Jordan said, is Jennifer DeGennaro, and thank you. I'm pleased to be here tonight to present on behalf of the Smart Scholars Program. So we've been lucky enough to partner with Wyandanch for over 9 years at this point. Currently, we serve over 100 Wyandanch students. The majority of them do take classes with us on Farmingdale State College on our campus on Saturday mornings, like Dr. Jordan said. Sorry, I don't think this is on. Oh. There we go. So what is the program? So our program, with, in addition to earning college credits, our primary focus is on preparing students for life after high school. Obviously, a lot of that has to do with college, but also career focus as well, and giving them the tools and the skills needed to be successful after they graduate high school. So in addition to earning college credits, they also get invaluable support, experience, and really more access and information about what life is like outside of the high school realm and outside of their high school careers. So one thing our program really prides itself on, and it obviously in addition to many things, is giving students the opportunity to be autonomous in their educational decisions, to be independent, responsible, and gaining the experience and being able to kind of network and be exposed to college life while they're in high school. And the main primary focus and goal of doing that is so that not only they are more easily acclimated to college, but a lot of the skills that they're learning in that college setting is also obviously transferable to high school. So we're seeing them be better high school students as well. So a big focus is we talk a lot about what we give to the students, right? We give them free college credit, free books, free field trips, free things like SAT prep and PSAT prep and tutoring and this, that, and the other. But it comes at a cost, right? It might not be a monetary cost, but it's student commitment. And again, that's all part of the skills that they're going to need to be independent and autonomous once they leave high school. So there's an academic commitment. So students are expected to take college level courses. We pride ourselves on letting students know that we are not lowering any type of expectation because they're a high school student. They're expected to act like college students, take college classes, learn college material. They're given the same exam as a professor would give in a normal college setting, and they have to rise to that expectation. Obviously, they do that with the help and support of us, but that's the expectation. There's also a responsibility and an independence that comes along with it. So that college level attitude, right? That they have to take ownership of their experience. They have to email their professor if they don't understand something. If they're absent, they're responsible for the missing work. We don't have professors saying like, hey, you know, you've been absent 3 times. What's going on here? That's kind of on you at this point. Communication, they're supposed to communicate with us regularly with the Smart Scholars Program, with their professors, and with their high school team as well. And attendance. Attendance is a huge focus for us because we want to make sure, again, because there's only 13 sessions in the fall, 13 in the spring, each class is 3 hours long. If they miss one, they're missing a whole lot of material, and things move fast. Okay, so that's really our commitment, or our reciprocal kind of relationship, we like to call it. In addition to those expectations, we want our students to have that growth mindset, right? You know, we talk a lot about growth mindset. We talk a lot about making students feel like they are independent, feel like they are worth something, feel like their work matters. I'm not here to tell you that this program is easy. It's not supposed to be. It's supposed to be challenging, because when we're challenged and we're uncomfortable, that's where we grow. So we are there every step of the way to, you know, hold hands, but lightly, sometimes just hold a finger, because we don't want them to have that support the entire time. We want them to feel like they're able to do it on their own. So independence is huge. We want them to take pride in this experience. We want them to see the value in it, but most importantly, see the value in themselves. Our program offers 3 separate tracks: liberal arts and science, which is a more generalized track, really designed for students that might not be sure of what they want to do in the future, a criminal justice track, and a business track. So they're taking classes in their concentration, but in addition to those, we offer a multitude of general education credits, because those credits are easily transferable. We're not expecting every 9th grader to say, you know what I want to be? I want to be a detective when I grow up, because things change. So in addition to offering those concentrated classes, we like to offer things that are more broad as well, because those are more easily transferable. So if you do decide to be a psychologist later on, you know what? You have your graphic design class, your art class under your belt. So we offer things like intro to sociology, nutrition, business, marketing, criminology. The list changes from year to year depending on student interest and what we have available, but these are primarily our core classes. And there's also classes that are offered in the high school as well that are dual credit. In addition to those classes that we offer, like we said, we offer college field trips. We actually have a trip scheduled for next week. Over the summer, we went to Malloy College, St. Joseph's. We've been to John Jay before. We offer SAT tutoring, which is actually going on now Sunday mornings. Career exploration. Last year, we had our first ever career day, which was super cool. We had a judge come in. We had people from New York City come in, DCAS. We had business professionals come in as well. We offer counseling, both social, emotional, and academic, because we want to make sure that, you know, the Smart Scholars Program is predominantly academic, but we know that a student is a full person, and we never want to forget that. So you can't be good in school if things aren't going so well in the rest of your life, so we want to make sure that they're supported in every area as well. College workshops. We did a college exploration workshop. We have a couple things scheduled for the winter as well, different seminars. And going back to how we said that this program is meant for students to kind of use their voice and be more autonomous, we are always listening for student feedback. So if they're like, listen, miss, like I really need help writing a college essay, or I really want to see a trip here, we give space for that. And this is my contact information. So I did a lot of talking, which I don't normally like to do. So at this time, I would actually like to call up some of our smart scholars so they could speak to their experience in the program. So I believe tonight we have Ms. Larica Michelle, Ms. Paige Henry, and Mr. Jermaine Brown representing Smart Scholars.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Larica Michelle, and I am part of the Smart Scholars program. I will honestly say this program have helped me tremendously. When I started, I was not expecting that college experience fully. And right now, I really feel prepared. Like right now, high school is like easy for me, because I'm taking like college classes where they give 50 pages of chapters to read and like 300, 500, 900 essays. and I have to sit like 3 hours just watching the professor read a presentation in a low voice, and I just have to sit there, get through it. And it's just so boring. But when I get to high school and I'm in history class and the teacher is going through a presentation, it's like nothing to me. 45 minutes is like 2 seconds. When the teacher is telling me, okay, class, we have an essay due tomorrow, write a 200-word essay. The whole class is like, oh, 200. I'm like, oh, okay, 200, not bad. I'm fine with that. I used to do like 900. And then the teacher would assign like a 3-page homework where we had to read a couple of things. And the whole class would be like, oh, that's too much writing. That's too much reading. And I'm like, oh, that's fine, just a couple of things. Because I read like 50 pages of assignments every single week. Like right now I'm taking a business class. I just finished my midterm. So it's like 6 chapters a week. Not 6 chapters for the week I'm in so far. So every single week I would be reading 50 pages. So like all of that combined just to study for that midterm. So like when I'm studying for quarterlies, final, they're not that hard because in Smart Scholars, I'm being challenged. So when I'm in high school, it's not that hard. And when I'm going to actual college, it won't be hard. I won't get a culture shock because of the Smart Scholars program. It helped me tremendously. Yes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Paige Henry, and I'm a sophomore. This is going to be my second year going on now. I honestly love this program very much because it's really piqued my curiosity. I plan to go into the medical field, but it gives me a range of other things I can pursue. Sorry. It's made me able to learn how to prioritize and manage my time. I have to deal with the things I'm learning now newly in high school, but also deal with what I'm learning in sociology class. It can also help me relate to what's going on in the world around me and really understand why they're happening and what's causing them and how they can find solutions for the problems that we have today. I want to make a change in my world because what else am I going to do? I'm the future, so I want to do something about it. That's it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jermaine Brown. I'm a sophomore, and this is my second year going on. Basically, Smart Scholars is like a very thing to show new things to you. Like I wanted to study in graphics and design. I took a class for my first semester, and it showed me a lot of different things, a lot of websites I can use. And I'm on my 4th semester now, so I'm learning a lot of new things, a lot of new things I'm going to have to worry about when I'm out of high school, and a lot of more things. So, yeah, that's it.
So thank you to our Smart Scholars, and I also just want to extend a very special thank you and let everyone know how truly invaluable Miss Williamson has been. Miss Williamson is our Smart Scholars liaison in the high school, and her tremendous commitment and dedication, it does not go unnoticed, and she really does make this program work and tick. So I want to thank her and Principal Sibley's for your continued effort, dedication. I do have some literature that I could leave behind in case anybody would like it, but thank you so much again for your time and for this opportunity.
Jennifer, can I ask 2 questions real
Yes.
quick? How many students do you have in your program right now?
So from Wyandanch, we have 118.
Whoa. And how much does this cost our school district to send you these students?
$0.
0. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give our young people a round of applause. That is incredible. Are there closing remarks, Dr. Jordan, that you'd like to give? Oh, there is?
We have another program.
Well, I digress.
So our Smart Scholars program recruits students who are leaving 8th grade and heading into the 9th grade. But Farmingdale also has another program that begins as early as 5th grade. and that is the Liberty Partnership Program. And the LPP has students from 5th through 12th grade. So once you matriculate in, they support you all the way through high school and graduation. And where Smart Scholars is heavily focused on academics, LPP is focused on support and the whole child. And here to speak more about that is Miss Suzelle Zamore.
Hello, everyone. Please excuse my voice. I am better now. Okay. And I want you to know this blazer is for show because I am hot, but I will work for you guys today. Okay. So the Liberty Partnerships Program, just to give you guys an overview. First of all, it's really hard to follow students, okay, as a speaker. And I know you guys are tired and your eyes are probably going to glaze over, so I'll give you guys some information, and then I'll have my student come up and speak to you guys because I know that's who you guys would want to hear from. So the Liberty Partnerships Program, just to give you guys just a short overview, was created in 1988 to address the large dropout of high school students in New York State. There are over 50 Liberty Partnerships program across New York State. To localize it a little bit, the Farmingdale State Liberty Partnerships Program serves 2 districts, and Wyandanch is one of the districts served. The goal of our program is to be able to have the students graduate from high school and go into college, or WOW, I call it. I don't think it's going to catch on, but it's the world of work. And the short term is, of course, for the students to be able to provide support to the students in their everyday. So helping them transition from the 5th grade, so elementary, to middle school, and then from middle school into high school, which ties really great into our mission or for our students, which is to be able to provide support to them where they are. And how do we know where they are, you ask? Great question. So when the student come to our program, usually they have to be referred by a teacher or a staff in the district. And usually they have to be at risk for something. And I always say around like 5th to 12th grade, they're at risk. There's always an at risk. All of our kids are at risk for something. Negative peer pressure, truancy, it could be anything. I would say if there's any teachers here, it would be great for you to take whatever information you can and then bring it back to your classroom. And then if you have students who are interested, for them to contact us so that this way we can try to contact the parents as well. So when the students are referred to us, they have an application on file. So we take the application that is on file and we have them do an assessment and a personalized learning plan. With the assessment, we are able to gauge where the student is at, both academically, social, and emotionally. And we use that information to be able to figure out what kind of program to offer to our students. So for Farmingdale State College Liberty Partnerships Program, the main pillars that we stand on in terms of support that we provide to the students are academic, college and career services, social, emotional services. And for some of the services that we provide, as you see here, because of the long-term goal, which is for our students to be able to graduate and go to the world of work or to college, we try to provide services for them from 5th through 12th grade, so that this way, by the time they reach like the 10th or 11th grade, they have an idea of what it looks like to go into like the world of work or into college. So that is like providing them with opportunities for college trips, being able to go see different places in the city, different colleges in the city. We've done HBCU tours with our students before. We provide college essay writing, financial aid writing, college aid workshop. And when we provide these services, we also provide it to the parents as well. So for a lot of our students who are in our program, we have a very big parent advisory board, and we meet with them about once a month. So some of the services that we offer to our students, we also offer to our parents as well. And we enjoy having them because it's good to have their voice. Because a lot of the time when we're providing services to our students, it becomes null and void if they go home and then there's no change there either. So that has been a wonderful experience for us. Okay. So currently we serve about 110 students in Wyandanch. That was from the 2023-2024 report that we submitted to NASED. A student example, because our program is so big, sometimes it's hard for people to really get a grasp in terms of what it is that we do. So Maria was a sixth grade student. She very reserved, very quiet. She was having a lot of financial struggles at home. And one of the teachers noticed that she was very anxious in social settings. So she referred Maria to our program. That was the sixth grade. She's no longer in the sixth grade. In the sixth grade. So what we did is we contacted a parent. We spoke to Maria, and we had her do an application on file. We did an assessment and a personalized learning plan, and we found out what areas Maria needed assistance on. So it was she needed improvement in mathematics and ELA, and also on being able to be in like social settings, being able to make friends, being able to talk to people. So what we did, I don't know if you can read some of the stuff that we have on here. I know we're pressed for time. We made sure that we addressed Maria's strengths first. So what we did is we made sure that we noticed that she was good with creativity. So we provided painting sessions for Maria. Because what I would say a lot of us know as educators in the group is that when their hands are busy and they're doing something where their mind is at ease, it gives us an opportunity to be able to speak to the student, so that this way they can, like we are engaging them, building rapport, but also giving them the opportunity to be able to say what's on their mind freely. And we also was able to provide one-on-one tutoring for Maria in mathematics, and also for the ELA. She needed improvement in ELA. So what we did is we provided a book club opportunity where Maria was able to learn some of like specific ELA themes, like ELA techniques through meeting regularly with the book club, so they can describe, like talk about the themes. But that one was 2-in-1 because it also gave Maria an opportunity to be in a setting, like a smaller setting, where she can interact with peers. And also talk to other students, making it a little bit less anxious for her in certain settings, which we definitely saw an improvement in Maria for. Can you go to the next one, please? Thank you. And the outcome was that Maria was at the end of, I would say, the 8th grade. Maria was at a B+ average. And I would say that we had definitely something to do with it because we kind of stayed with Maria throughout 5th, 6th, and 7th grade to try to enhance it. Because we all know change doesn't really come overnight, but we try to find out where the student is, so that this way we can provide services to our student. And then now I'm going to have Lucas come up just so you guys can just get a little bit of student experience.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Lucas Correa Surquiza. I am one of the members of the Liberty Partnership Program. Growing up, I wasn't really the type of guy to be around multiple people. The only thing I wanted to be was around my dear parents. That was the only thing I wanted, only thing I ever needed, as what I thought to myself. If I was near them, I would be like, I'm fine with this. But if I was not near them at all and I was with people that I did not know, oh no, I'm not doing that, man. So I was kind of introverted. I didn't really communicate myself out. And my psychologist that I had in 5th grade noticed this. So he spoke with my parents and he suggested that I join this program that I'm in now. And personally, I was absolutely distraught with the idea. Being away from my parents mostly 7 hours every single school day was bad enough for me. But on Thursdays, being away from her for like about 1 more hour and 30 minutes, that was not good for me, man. I did not like that idea. I was bawling my eyes out, begging my mother to not make me sign up for that. But eventually, like all things I have to do, I was forced to do it. And now, this being my 3rd year going to this program, I cannot get enough of it. It is honestly the best thing that could have ever happened to my life. I have learned to now get out of my shell and express myself towards other people. And I've actually learned to, it's pretty a wonderful experience. I would honestly suggest it to other parents who would be planning to sign their children up for this. The activities that they do there are wonderful, and it honestly serves as a time to get to know your fellow peers, the other people that are there for Liberty Partnership. It is honestly a pretty good thing to be in. I would surely recommend it to anybody who would want to do it. It is the best thing that you could ever hope for in your life.
Thank you, everyone. Definitely thank you to Dr. Jordan and Dr. Ehrenstein for giving us the opportunity to come and do the presentation. And also, Mr. Sibley is there. He's been with us in the high school for a very long time. And I want to thank him because he saw an opportunity for the students, and he definitely took advantage of it. So I'm appreciative of that. And Dr. Haversham, too, when she was principal in the MLK. So thank you so much. And the program is free. All of the services that we offer to our students, they don't pay for anything. So anytime we do any field trips, any workshops, any activities, it is free of charge.
I do have one question going back to the Smart Scholars Program. It was stated before the presentation, I do thank you for the presentation work that you're doing. It was stated before the presentation that all credits are transferable to any SUNY school. However, during the presentation and the slideshow, I believe the first or second slideshow said most credits, Farmingdale State College credits are transferable. So could we just clear that up? And on average, how many credits are actually transferable?
So I can't speak to what's transferred to every other college because I am a Farmingdale State College employee. I would rather err on the side of caution, always. A lot of schools now, I've been in education for a very, very long time. It's very similar to an AP class, right?
I'll help you out then. Are all credits transferable to SUNY schools or most?
It depends on the college.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's all.
Round of applause for our Liberty Partnership and Smart Scholars. Go ahead.
I just want to add to that.
Sure.
While I can't speak to whether or not all credits are transferable, the skills are. So what I like to tell students is, if you're going to go be a doctor and you're going to go to MIT, Carlos Diaz Sanchez, who is your valedictorian last year, graduated with 40 college credits. I'm not here to say that every single one was transferred to MIT, but he got into MIT with the help of Smart Scholars. So he might have to take additional, so it depends on your path, right? If you're going to go into graphic design or medicine, they might say, hey, you have to take our specific graphic design class. But it's free still. So you're getting the skills, you're getting the credit, and if a school decides not to use that, we always tell the student to hold on to your syllabi, because a lot of times it's just a matter of a conversation with your counselor, your academic advisor about, hey, I know this class is called something else, but we did the same thing. So thank you for letting me clarify.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, round of applause for all of our retirees, our tenured track employees, Smart Scholars, all of our young people, and Liberty Partnership Program. Turning now to Jessica Reed for a hearing and receiving of delegates.
Thank you. I have 4 people on my list, and just to reiterate, each person will have 3 minutes to speak. I will have my timer going as soon as you hit the podium. So the first person on my list is Nancy Holliday.
Okay. Good evening, the superintendent, President Walker, Vice President Baker, and the rest of the Board of Education. I'm here to present the district with a proclamation and a certificate of special recognition for your outreach and participation at National Night Out. Okay, what National Night Out is 1 year, 1 day out of the year. We have a big day to get together and we forge a relationship with law enforcement. The committee works the year round with the community to make sure our streets are safe and to make sure that we have a relationship with the law enforcement. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Larry, for allowing Dr. Joy to participate, attend the meetings, and participate in National Night Out. And thank you so much, Trustee Brown, for your participation in National Night Out. Okay. So I have our certificate of special recommendation from recognition. I'm sorry. I don't have my glasses on. Maybe I should get somebody else to read this. From the Town of Alvin Office of the Supervisor. This certificate is hereby presented to Wyandanch Union Free School District. Wyandanch foster a community spirit. The Town of Alvin would like to thank you for supporting the 2024 National Night Out, presented on the 20th day of August and the year 2024. This is a proclamation from the Suffolk County office. Suffolk County, this is awarded by Suffolk County Legislator Jason A. Richburg to the Wyandanch Union Free School District, Wyandanch National Night Out 2024. Suffolk County joined the Wyandanch National Night Out Committee, friends, family, and community in commencing and thanking the Wyandanch Union Free School District for their generous contribution that helped make Wyandanch National Night Out possible. Suffolk County respects and values those who have made a valuable contribution on behalf of their community, therefore. And witness thereof, I have set my hand and caused the seal of the Suffolk County Legislature to be affixed in the 20th day of August in the year 2024. Thank you very much. So, Dr. Jordan, will you receive these? Because you participated with your outreach to the community for Dr. Larry. Okay.
Just a general question before we proceed. Do we still live stream on Facebook? As people are saying that the stream is not working at this time. It's on YouTube. Okay. Was the community notified of the change?
Sorry, it's posted to the site, to the link for the meeting for tonight.
Okay, because, you know, the meeting notice for this meeting was not available to the public, as I've been arguing such over the last 6 months. But I'll hold my peace and let the Lord fight my battles.
Next on the list is Heath Fountain.
Good evening, all. My statement goes back to 2021-22 school year, administrative 10A1. At the time, Dr. Talbot, he was here, they had a presentation from the superintendent in reference to DCIP, which is District Comprehensive Instruction Plan. In that plan, it had 5 key points that were actually priorities: increase graduation rate, decrease chronic absenteeism, reciprocal family engagement, empower students to be socially just, and adjust trauma to school staff. With that being said, and included was a liaison position because there was a problem with the community stating that they were not being informed. This in part was also too after COVID, when the kids were coming back, they would have to do assessments and things of that nature. In doing such, those positions that were created to help the parents understand it, the reciprocal family engagement part was we are committed to strengthen our family parent engagement district-wide through development of reciprocal family community engagement for the district. And one part of that was because the parents were feeling that they didn't have enough help to understand and get acclimated back into what was going to be done. The 5 priorities were increased graduation rate, which was at that point 58%, and 12% was below New York State average. Chronic absenteeism, which is pretty much what it says. The engagement position empowers students to be socially just and address trauma in the schools. On 12/16/21, there was a grant request that went in for help under the monies that are available for the recovery for those students who were falling behind because of the fact of the COVID and things of that nature. And the plan was actually presented so that those who didn't have a voice had a voice, and those who were getting lost were not. So then 2/23/22, the grant was rewarded. In that grant, though, there were positions for one guidance counselor and one liaison for a 3-year position. 3/13/20 to 9/30 was those positions that was granted based upon the application that went in. And lo and behold, one of those positions I applied for, and I got that. And right now, the point is not my position, but the position in with itself. It lacked the fact of it covering the grant itself for the 3 years that it was prepared for. So my question becomes to Ms. Jordan, who wrote it. If the comprehensive plan was that the superintendent felt that it was a priority, why was that part altered? Because I remember in the conversation that we had, you said we decided to change it from a 3-year to a 2-year grant. So I'm asked, the question becomes, why was that position, when it was a part of the DCIP, altered?
The grant was not approved in time to post the position for 3 years. If you recall, that grant was not approved, I believe, until more than halfway through that particular school year, which is why that it was shortened from 3 years to 2.
Is my time up, or? Wow.
The next person on the list is Melissa Skeen.
Hi, good evening, board. Good evening, community. I feel silly reading after those kids came up here and just spoke freely, but I get nervous. I know the board has been very divided lately, and there is no unity. But tonight, I would like to ask that you join in unity to vote yes to personnel number 17, which votes Dr. Michelle Darby as our permanent principal at MLO. I have been at MLO for the last 12 years, and MLO is a part of me. I think everyone knows me from MLO. I'm the face of MLO. We have seen a different principal almost every single year with no stability. But I think I speak for myself and the majority of staff and students when I say I think that we have found the one.
I'm sorry,
MLO
Mrs. Dean, and we'll give her back her time. We're going to need some quiet in the room. She was respectful when other people were speaking. It's important that we're respectful when she is speaking. We'll give you your time back.
Madam Chair, so that we're clear, are we waiting for them to finish signing the book, or are we waiting for
You
them
may
to sign?
continue, Mrs. Skeen.
Thank you. MLO has never been this organized, orderly, and unified since Mr. Hodge left. Our school spirit is back. It starts in the morning when Dr. Darby walks in to greet us and goes out to meet every single bus in the morning to greet her students as they get off the bus. She then makes her rounds in the morning to greet every class. She is no nonsense, but fair. She is not afraid to give you a hug when needed or put her foot down when she has to. She supports us, she sees us, and she hears us. Our hallways have never been this quiet. Students are in class, staff attendance is better, and fights have been at a minimal, which is the first time in years. It is now a pleasure to come to work. The rapport that she has with her admin team is phenomenal. They meet every morning for a few minutes to plan the day, and just hearing them all together so happy spreads the joy to us. It is something we want to be a part of. Please join together, if no other night, to vote yes to Dr. Darby as our permanent principal. Yes, to giving our students and staff the support we need. And yes, to finally taking a step in the right direction to begin to move MLO forward in the right direction. Thank you.
Next is Philomena Russo.
Good evening, everyone. I did not plagiarize Ms. Skeen's speech. I'm an ELA teacher here in Wyandanch, and I'm into my 9th year. This is my 9th year in the district, and my 6th. I'm starting my 6th year at MLO. And in the 5 years at MLO, this is my 5th principal. We need to stop the revolving door at MLO, and we ask you to please come together and give us some kind of permanent consistency. Middle school is the most challenging time in a child's life. Everything is changing for them. They're starting their secondary school, they're getting a little independence, and they need consistency. Dr. Darby is visible. Her presence is known and felt throughout the school. She visits every single classroom every morning and says good morning to the staff and the students. Dr. Darby, in 2 months, has changed the direction of MLO. She is an asset to this district and is needed at MLO. Our school, students, community, staff, and the future of these children will be better under her leadership. Dr. Darby walks the walk. She says what she means and means what she says. We have rules, procedures, and high expectations for staff and students. We now have a wonderful place to work each day. Check out our staff attendance. It's amazing how her transparency brings out the best in us. We want to come to MLO, and I speak for myself because I do. Students are behaving, being held accountable, and being disciplined in a fair, reasonable, compassionate manner. There's minimal fights, our halls are safe, and while classes are changing, Dr. Darby is in the hall with all of our assistant principals. Our meetings are productive. She wants us to teach in our own style, using, of course, our curriculum that is required. We can breathe. We are seen and heard. I love when a question is asked to Dr. Darby at a meeting, and she says, you know what? I don't know, but we'll figure it out. She's fixing what is broken and asking us professionals, us professional educators, to be part of the solution, allowing us all to bring to the table the best we got. She has our back, and we have hers. Please come together and make her our permanent principal. Our community, this community needs consistency. The kids need this compassionate leader with integrity. Our children deserve this woman to bring out the best in them and all of us. Happy World Kindness Day, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Next, I have, excuse me, Regina Hooker. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't read your writing. Brielle Emerson and Tamika. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on.
Just like to say good evening to everyone here. I just want to bring a situation that's going on. There's children here that do not have bus service to the academy. Brielle, please tell them why we're here tonight.
Because I don't have a bus yet.
We've been calling since September, October. We had a meeting this morning with the superintendent. She needs a bus because of her situation as well. I don't know what else to do. I don't know what else. I'm coming to you guys. There's 30 kids in the community that do not have a bus. Shouldn't be. Taxpayers' money is coming through here for buses. The charter school didn't open before April, when the deadline for bus application went in, which is a very important factor in this. It opened up in June. So why are we bringing punitive to her? We're getting there later and later to drop her off. She needs a bus, and so do the other children, all of them. this is,
Ridiculous.
it shouldn't be. There's 30 students. I also understand that somebody couldn't do the transportation and they took them out of the charter school and put them back in the regular school. Parents got to work. And I know sometimes I had to do triple jobs to make my mortgage payment. We need what we need. She should have a bus.
Just like every other kid in this district, they have bus, and she should not be short.
If she would have went to the regular school, she would have been on a bus. If she had went to Wyandanch school, she would have been on a bus. Now what are we gonna do about it? September we called, October we called, and November we had a meeting. What are we gonna do about this problem? This is 30 kids. I'm done.
Larry. Okay, we talked about this this morning, and I'm asking the Board of Education to add a bus. Okay, the buses were limited in terms of the charter school, and we have sufficient number that we need to add the bus. It'll come with a price. But my recommendation is it's worth the price. The children need to be safe and they have to get to school. So I'm recommending that the board authorize me to add a bus.
Dr. Amnesty. Dr. Aaronstein, if I may, because she brought up a pretty concerning point. She said since September, they've been reaching out to the district. I found out about this issue yesterday when I got a call from News 12. And News 12, they called me and said, listen, there's a transportation issue going on in the district. I said, okay, well, and I gave them different scenarios. And then when they said that this is a school that is in the district, charter school, I said to myself, as many buses as we have that go there, we need to look for a solution, because at the end of the day, those are still our kids, regardless of where they attend. So I'm in favor of providing additional buses, because there's only 30 that we know about. But what you do for one, it may open up the floodgates, and it may be all. Thank you. And once we,
do we need a resolution?
You ask your question, Ms. Crawford.
Question, point of order, do we need a resolution for that?
And let me say this, because I'm about had it when it came to transportation. In 2019, actually, sorry, 2020, the month of June, it was the last week of June, just before I was sworn in July, this district decided to get rid of every single bus that we own. We had our own transportation department. We had persons living in this community who worked for that department. And the most disgusting thing that I endured was to watch each bus be auctioned off and people told that they are losing their job. Community members, those same people who voted some of us into our seats. And every year, when it's time for budget time, I bring up the same issue. What are we going to do about the transportation? Now, I was told back in May, it was stated that we would slowly phase in transportation. Now, downstairs, you weren't here at the time, so I won't hold you to it. However, I would like to know, where are we with phasing transportation in? Because I asked the question, and the answer was put on the record.
we're getting into, we're just beginning to develop our budget for the following school year, and we will consider, whatever proposals that the school board would like to make, and that'll be part of the budget-making process.
But
we want your input.
let me say, I've been giving my input on this before I got on the board. I gave it from this elected seat, and I guess I'm going to have to continue to give it till whenever. At the end of the day, we understand there's an urgent need for transportation. And like the saying says, we're not going to talk about it, we're going to be about it. We done did enough talking. We gave enough input. We've looked at, there was a study that was done on whether or not it was cost effective. At the time that transportation was cut from the budget, it was due to a state audit report, and from there, BOCES told the Wyandanch School District that if you cut transportation, it would be a $1 million savings. That's what they said. And so what happened? Everybody got nervous, and we said, well, let's cut transportation, let's fire everybody. But here we are, year after year, we continue to have issues with transportation. I'll say this, BOCES is the biggest scammers known to man in the educational system. So we need to move away from depending on BOCES and go back to being a self-sufficient district, hiring our own people to drive the bus, hiring our own people to be matrons and patrons on the bus. We got to do better. Check the record. I say it every year.
Point of order. I would like to amend the agenda to include
The following resolution.
Yes.
The Board of Education hereby authorizes the district to contract for additional buses to provide transportation to all students within the district who attend the charter school within the district. I don't know the name of it. Charter school, Charter Academy? What is it? Academy Charter School. Who attend the Academy Charter School, which is within the district, for the balance of the 2024-2025 school year. So this means, though, that individuals whose children are in the charter school still need to reapply by April 1st to get the transportation for the 25-26 school year. It's a yearly requirement.
Got it.
Question. Given that they're expanding, there may be a circumstance of after April 1st that more students may be, right, so like how do we ensure that?
Well, there's notice that's typically given on the district's website about the application deadline. And the purpose of it is for budgetary purposes, so the district can ensure that it has the funding to provide the transportation. So by law, it has to be done by April 1st, I believe is the date, April 1st. So I just say that because doing this doesn't negate the responsibility of, and they usually do it through the charter school. So once you're in, they usually work with the district to ensure that there's the information is given to the district about the number of students that require transportation, but still the onus is on the parent to ensure they apply. So I just wanted to put that out there that this doesn't negate that responsibility for next year.
Yes, that we do understand, but the point that they brought up was the fact that, and this is the second year this happened, the first year when they opened up in the old King's Hardware, all children were not bused there because it opened up after the April 1st deadline. And we as a district said, oh, well, that's your problem. So now we have this bigger building that we all know is was built. And we understand that, but as of right now, the issue at hand is to ensure that these students receive transportation.
That's what this
April 1st is in a few months from now. We'll get there, but we got to handle it. I understand what you're saying.
Community be aware that it doesn't, because it's so close to the deadline.
No, we understand, and I'm sure they do too because they brought it up. But we're talking about right now.
Yes, the resolution is for the 24-25 school year. That's what the resolution reads.
Got it.
No, I'm not transportation, I'm the attorney, so I don't know, I don't do the implementation. So I'm saying I don't know what the process.
Question. Question, who is handling transportation on behalf of the district?
Ladies and gentlemen, there must be order in the room. We can't scream from our seats respectfully. There will be a follow-up. This resolution addresses the fundamental.
Point of order.
Pardon, the chair is speaking. We have to have some, pardon me, there has to be some order in the room. And there will be, the transportation issue will be addressed for her. This resolution will fundamentally answer the need. Now, the operational pieces will be worked out by the administrative cabinet and the sequential school.
I assure you we'll move as quickly as we possibly can, okay? We will move as fast as we can, start moving on it tomorrow morning, and we'll get it going as fast as we can. Now that we have a resolution, the board needs to vote on it, they'll pass it, that means the money will be there, and we can make it happen, okay?
So I believe there's a motion on the floor to amend
Correct.
the agenda.
I second that motion.
All in favor, any approved or abstaining on resolution regarding transportation?
To amend the agenda.
To amend the agenda to include it. Seeing none, 700, it's added to the agenda.
Madam Chair, I call that resolution to question at this moment that we may act on it while the community is here.
Second.
We're going to take action on this resolution now. What do we want to call it?
Board of
Education,
Education
what?
11A8.
I'm looking at the district clerk.
11A8.
11A8, please.
11A8.
All right. So there was a first from Morris, second from Crawford. Any questions about 11A8 addressing transportation? Seeing and hearing none, all in favor? Any opposed or abstaining? 11A8 passes 700.
Question. Well, I'm sorry. Just to, I guess, to assist the parents, what are we talking in terms of timing, so they have an understanding? Because our parents need to make adequate means to get their students, their children, to the school. So what are we looking roughly in terms of turnaround, in terms of having transportation for them?
We're gonna have to move as fast as we can. I can't speak for the bus company. I can't speak for, getting them a driver. All of that kind of stuff has to be worked out. So we will do it as fast as we can, okay? That's all I could say is we'll expedite it. Can't make any guarantees, not gonna make any guarantees, because I can't guarantee it. I don't run a bus company, I run a school district, okay?
Point of order. Even though, and we do understand that you run a school district, not a bus company, could we at least be updated as this goes on as to the particulars? Thank you.
There'll be correspondence, and I will copy you, I'll copy the entire board as a body corporate in terms of the progress that we're making, so you could monitor it, no problem at all. Happy to do that.
And one last thing, can we also ensure that we contact the parents whose children attend the charter schools? Because just like everyone does not know whether you attend the charter school or another school about the April 1st deadline and seem to forget, I think that we should send some type of correspondence to them, letting them know that this opportunity is available for them. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll communicate with the administration at the charter school. They will communicate with their parents, okay? It's their responsibility to communicate with their students, not ours. Want to make that distinction.
That may be correct if it's a matter of opinion. However, these are taxpayers we're talking about. And their tax dollars are funneled through the district first and then given to the charter school upon the charter school building the district. So the obligation relies with us first at the end of the day. Because let's say they say, hey, I'm done with the charter school, I want to bring my child back to the district. All right, then, I'm done.
Thank you. The next person on my list is Indiana Bumpers.
Okay. my issue was with transportation too. Because my grandson is 8 years old, he goes to the charter school, and there's still no bus for him.
He'll be included in this deal.
Okay, I hope so.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you. And last on my list is Desiree Armstrong.
Good evening. I'm Miss Armstrong. I'm facing an issue that we all one day gonna face. I worked here in the school district from I'm gonna say 97, because I worked side by side with Miss Myers and Mr. Berger, Miss Gibbs. People before the people that's here on the board now. It's only a couple of you that's been here when I was here. But what I want to say is, I'm older now. I'm 66, and I'm collecting Social Security. And guess how much I'm collecting from the school district? 2003 to 2005. I don't like it. Because what I'm saying to you is that finance, the payrolls are not given the Social Security correctly. Okay? I have the printout of every day that I worked here. I was permanent. I left, came back. I became temporary, and from that I became per diem. So I'm like, well, what stopped that? Well, the last meeting I came here for, God bless the dead, Dr. Talbot was here. And it blocked a lot, if I may say so, throughout the years. So I just want to address where's my money. Because from 1997 to 2017, I'm not getting no Social Security. And I worked here. I have the proof. Now, the thing is that when I came to the school to address it with payroll, y'all switch people here like you switch underwear. There's never the same people here when you come to address a problem. So when I came to payroll, the payroll lady that's there now, I don't know her name, but she says, I don't know how I can help you because you have to come back and I'll see if I can find your records. So I went to Human Resources. They said, you got to go back. Mr. Wilson met me at the door as I came in that day. I know he remembered when he seen me. But that was the issue I was coming to address. So now I put in an application to get employment here once again. And I worked here, I coached here, I went to school here, I grew up here, I raised my kids here. Why do I have to leave with 2003 and 2005 Social Security? That's not good. Somebody said, which was the lady in payroll, she says, the next time I came, oh, we haven't found your records. I said, well, where's my records? She said, I don't know. We have to go in the basement. You're not the only one we have to go in the basement and address your records for, but we can't find them. I'm just going to leave that on the desk. My name is Desiree Armstrong. I'm putting in an application for more employment here because I'm willing to work to get more money in my pocket to take care of me. So I think y'all should really watch your payroll. Stop switching up so many people so you'll know exactly what you got and what's going on here. And this is for years. I attended school here, worked here, played here. Okay? So I will be back to address that problem once again. God bless you.
That completes the hearing of the delegates.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Kindly thank you all for your comments during hearing and receiving of delegates. At this time, Dr. Larry, it's time to consider your resolutions. How would you like to proceed, sir?
Yes. First of all, I'd like you to consider a couple of donations. We have Jack and Jill of America and a second donation from Kinley Simmons. And Dr. Jordan, could you fill us in on those?
These are donations of backpacks
The first organization, Jack and Jill, routinely donates backpacks to us. And it should be noticed that the second, Kinley, is a young lady who buys these backpacks out of her own money and donates them every year. They are currently awaiting board approval and will be distributed to students across the district who need them.
Okay, so are you coming from administration 12A number 1?
Yes, administration number 1.
Thank you so much. Is there first? 1 and 2, but we're gonna go A1 and A2. So let's go A1. You want to do them together? We'll do 12A1 is there first. Morris Walker will second. Are there any questions about 12A1? None. All in favor? Any opposed or abstaining? 7-0-0 on 12A1. Now going to 12A2. Is there first? Holder. Is there a second? Brown. Any questions? All in favor? Any opposed or abstaining? The count is 7 on 12A2. Moving to personnel, Dr. Larry, is that your pleasure?
Yes, that's my pleasure. I'm going to call on Dr. Havisham.
All right.
Good evening, everyone. Starting with Personnel 10B1, district-wide appointments.
10B number 1. How many microphones are lit? Only 2. Ask one of your trustees.
Could we block vote?
Would you like to block vote all resolutions or simply personnel?
No, we're not block voting. Actually, I would like to pull this.
Okay, so let me just make sure. So motion to block vote, they say no, they like to pull a certain item. What would you like to pull for discussion, Trustee Brown?
Yes.
What would you like to pull for discussion?
A, G, I, and J.
A, G, I, and J on 10B number 1. Everything else you'd like to vote on. Is there anything else in this resolution packet scanning across the departments that needs to be pulled, or can everything else be block voted?
Lead teachers.
Well, the initial question was to block vote all the departments. And then Trustee Brown said she'd like to look at 10B1 and pull 4 letters, A, G, I, and J. The chair asked if you'd like to block vote the rest of the departments, or is there anything else that needs to be pulled that you'd like to pull for further discussion? It was, sir. You missed it. It was. All right. All right. So say it to the microphone now. Go ahead, Trustee Baker.
Mr. Morris, I did make a motion that we block.
Well, it wasn't entertained, and that's what I'm saying. I heard no's, but it was never a first or a second. That's all I'm saying.
So for clarity, to pick up where we left off, Trustee Brown, is there anything else you'd like to pull for discussion?
Yes, I would like to pull the lead teachers, MLK 10B2. I'm pulling that.
10B2 in its entirety for discussion?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'm also pulling 10B6 for discussion.
10B6.
I'm also pulling 10B7 for discussion.
What was that?
Go ahead.
I'm also pulling 10B9, 10B10, 10B11.
Madam Chair, I would like to pull for discussion the following resolutions: 10B12, 10B13, 10B14. and that would be pulled for executive session.
Anything else?
Yep. 10B15, 10B16, and 10B17.
I can't hear you, trustee.
I do not have a 16 or 17 in the packet. I had it in the board packet, board docs.
Does that conclude the items and personnel that need to be tabled for further discussion?
Yes, yes it does.
You got it? Yes?
Yep, that's it for me.
All right. All right, Dr. Habisham, you can begin at 10B1, the items that were not selected.
10B1, and we're pulling items A, G, I, and J.
That's correct.
So what's on approval is for B, C, D, E, F, and H.
That's correct.
Point of order, because it was stated that items are being pulled. Now, when I stated the ones that I'm pulling it for the purpose of discussion in executive session. So what are they being pulled to? Are they being pulled from the record? Are they being tabled to
further
executive
discussion.
session?
We clarified at the beginning that we pulled them for later discussion, meaning.
Because you can also pull to vote on it individually, as that is your right. So there are more than one way to pull.
Right.
So I'm asking for clarity.
I believe Trustee Brown would like to discuss them. Is that correct, Trustee Brown? And if I understand correctly, Trustee Brown, you'd like to do that in executive session. Is that
Yes,
correct?
we can, yes.
Okay, thank you.
At the pleasure of the board. Would the board like to enter into executive session to handle personnel items that were pulled for later discussion? Is that the pleasure? Is that the pleasure of the board? All right, moving right along.
Moving on to 10B3, change in salary, completion of credits. 10B4, letter of resignation.
Wait a minute, Dr. Abisham, we're gonna go back to 10B, number 3 for the actual vote, okay?
10B3.
Crawford will first. Is there a second? Brown, any questions?
Yes, I have a question. What position are these two employees working in? As it's not indicated on the resolution.
Teacher's assistants.
Okay, they're both teaching assistants. They can't be because the salary then is too low for someone who's a teaching assistant with a high school plus 30 of $23,197. It should be at least.
Holder is an aide. I'm sorry. A is an A and B is a teacher assistant.
Thank you.
Crawford on the first, Brown on the second. Question answered. Is the, all in favor? Any opposed or abstaining? The count is 6. Oh, Crawford Brown. Go ahead, Dr. Habisham. Moving right along.
10B4,
Mm-hmm.
letter of resignation, varsity winter track coach.
Crawford will first. Holder will second. Questions? All in favor? Any opposed or abstaining? Count is 7.
10B5, sports appointment, winter track, middle school track, and middle school basketball.
There first. Second. Holder. Any questions?
Yes, one question with letter C. The position that's indicated says boys middle school track coach. However, in the application and also a letter of recommendation and letter of interest, he applied to be the boys middle school basketball coach.
That may have to be corrected, Trustee Morris.
Got it.
And I will double check with Mr. Stevens, Mr.
Okay.
Davis.
Mr. Davis indicates in his letter that he's recommending this candidate for girls varsity winter track.
Letter C?
Letter C.
Either way, the resolution is wrong.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
So we're going to pull C and just double check with Mr.
Okay.
So
do-
10B5.
Wait.
Okay.
So, go ahead, Dr. Habersham, go ahead. You want to correct it?
10B5, we're just going to put on for tonight A,
Mhm.
B, and D.
All right. So Crawford and Holder, do you still maintain your first and your second for A, B, and D? Question on the floor was answered. All those in favor? Any opposed or abstaining? The count is 7.
I believe the next is 10B8.
That's correct.
And these are field placement internships.
First and second on the floor. Are there questions? Hearing none. All those in favor? Any opposed or abstaining? The count is at 7 for personnel 8.
I believe that's it for me.
You're at 17. They pulled 17? That's,
Yes.
you're right. That takes care of it. The rest has been tabled for later discussion. Moving now to business, if that's your pleasure, Dr. Larry.
Yeah.
All right.
Mr. Wilson?
Thank you, Dr.
Hold it.
Ernstein. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and of course,
Good evening.
board members. Business number 1 is a resolution asking the board to approve budgetary transfers.
There first.
Morris?
Walker was second. Any questions?
Yes, I have a question regarding the redistribution of ELL salaries. Looking at where it's being transferred from and transferred to, the only difference I really see is the budget code. So could you please give me some clarity? If the money is already in those codes, how do we have duplicate codes in the budget?
The codes they're going into are newly required codes by the State Education Department that we were not aware of at budget time. So the reason the transfer is being made is to bring our codes into compliance with the codes we're required to report those salaries under for SED purposes.
Got it. Thank you, sir.
And the title change as well. Sorry. The title change as well.
Well, the titles are the same. They're just putting them in different count codes. And they used.
Morris Walker on the first and second question answered. All those in favor? Any opposed or abstaining? Count is 7.
And business number 2 is a recommendation for the school board to accept the independent audit report for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2024.
Walker will first. Is there a second? Baker will second. Questions?
Yes, this is more of a statement. A few weeks ago, I wrote an email to the district to caution you all that the independent auditors had not presented and that there are deadlines that must be followed so that state aid is not impacted. So my first question is, what is the official deadline that is required by New York State? Because I know in years past, it was around this time, and last year it affected about our first payment, which was around $20 million.
In order for our state aid, the flow of state aid not to be impacted, the audit report has to be submitted to SED by November 15th.
Okay, so that's why I think it's good that we do respond to emails. Next up, when it comes to the report, the Board of Education has not been given its opportunity to examine the report as it was introduced to us when we sat down for this meeting. And if the due diligence was done, it should have been, because the soft deadline was actually October the 15th. So such audit committee meetings should have been held by that date so that during the month of November, the board then reviews it and takes its time to have questions, and the district also formulates a corrective action plan and send it all to the state. So I would ask that we table this for executive session so that we can firmly go through it and see what the auditors are saying. I did sit as audit committee chair for 4 years, so I do believe my questions are valid.
What say you, board? No, that, me either. Trustee Corbin? No? I didn't hear you, Trustee Holder. So that's 3-3. What say you, Crawford? So pull back your first, Walker, pull back your second? You have to pull it back. Yeah. Business two.
And just a point of order regarding the independent auditors as a whole. I will say that there is work that was to be done. It was supposed to be done by May 31st, and that was a forensic audit. Mr. Reed, you was on the audit committee with me. I'm sure you remember when we went forward with such at their request. It is my understanding that such was not done, and it's now November the 13th. So I would even go a step further and ask that R.S. Abrams send someone to appear before us so that we may ask what's going on. It's been now 6 or 7 months overdue, and we need to get an understanding of what's going on. I signed the letter of engagement at the discretion of the board or direction of the board, and I'm sure they were paid for it because they closed the books.
Thank you so much. Moving right along. Curriculum.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Curriculum number 1, 10D1. These are the trips from the elementary, middle, and high schools.
Is there first? Corbin. Is there a second? Baker. Are there any questions? All in favor? Any opposed or abstaining? Count is 7. Dr. Kwan.
Curriculum number 2, 10D2. This is the CYPEP program, Complete Youth Prevention Education Program. There's a renewal for K through 12 support and curriculum.
All right. Is there first?
Morris will first.
I have a question.
There has to be a second first, and then we'll ask your question. Crawford, go ahead, Brian.
Could you just give me a little more information about this program?
Sure.
Is it after school?
It is not an after-school program. It is embedded into curriculum. So, for example, Second Step is the program that the organization uses K through 5. It helps support self-regulation, improve focus and attention, and to reduce social-emotional stress for students. The Teen Intervene is a teen program for students who may be identified with social-emotional issues, at-risk issues, and so it's a support program through curriculum. And there's also a parenting program, which is called Triple P, Positive Parenting Program, which allows support for parents who have children who are at risk.
And who teaches these? Who teaches this?
This is, from my understanding in the renewal, this is embedded in curriculum, so with the teachers who are in the classroom use this as a support system in their curriculum, focusing on SEL, social emotional learning.
Okay, thank you.
Question. Since you said that it is really regarding SEL, who from our, or what position within our student support services will be facilitating these workshops, as the Board of Education granted tenure to a social emotional learning specialist? And I asked this question the first time this came up for renewal, and I'm going to ask it again. Because the answer that I received then was that the social emotional learning specialist has nothing to do with this program. So then my question was, what was the point of a social emotional learning specialist if they're not doing social emotional learning?
So there are many aspects to the social emotional learning. Right now, in terms of this program, the curriculum office with the director of curriculum have been monitoring and working with the teachers. They have the most contact. The social emotional expert, I have to find out more information about that. But in terms of communication with support staff, with social emotional specialists, and with the curriculum department, this is the plan as we move forward with the renewal of the program.
Okay, so in my days as a teaching assistant, the school social worker would pop in to the classroom and conduct the second step lesson. That district, which was much larger than this district, had one person who was district-wide, and they handled socio-emotional learning and also restorative practices. And so I just have some concerns regarding that, which we can discuss further, so that we can get some clarification and the proper implementation of such programs so that they may properly address student need. Thank you.
Morris Crawford on the first and second question answered. Those in favor?
This is geared toward, there are different grade levels for specific programs. So second step is geared toward kindergarten to 5th grade. The teen intervene is for secondary level, geared more towards at-risk students. So that's a very good question. So basically, the goal is to have the program integrated into curriculum so that as the students are learning their academic skills, there is a social emotional component in terms of figuring out problems, asking questions, communicating, and reflecting. It's an actual curriculum. Right, so there is a survey at the end of the school year. I'm working with the director of curriculum to get those results as we are in the process of renewing for the program, and then we'll be able to pull together the support staff, curriculum, with the support staff and curriculum director to be able to make sure that the program goes to another level. Yeah, there's a survey that also happens in the middle of the program to see where we're going, and then there's a survey at the end of the program. So the school psychologists are also involved in the program. They will also pop in. They speak with the teachers. They also take a look at the survey results. We also look at PBIS. So the monitoring is happening throughout the time during the school year, with the surveys being at the midpoint and the endpoint.
Dr. Habersham, have you worked with this program as an elementary school principal?
Yes, the program has been in MLK for quite some time. We presented the program in our SEP presentation last year with Mr. Alfonador. He has, and Ms. Moskovich, they have a newsletter. They provide lessons to the teachers. They go in and they instruct the teachers, and then they go in also and assist the teachers where needed. Their program itself has its own survey that they give beginning, middle, and end of the year to monitor their effectiveness with us. We monitor the students' behavior based on the number of office referrals, PBIS celebrations, the number of kids that increase throughout the year that attend these celebrations, as well as we provide an in-house created survey to gauge the effectiveness, what the teachers think about the program. And then it's adjusted accordingly throughout the year, because each year the children change. So each year we have to change with the scholars. The entire school. That would be in the VEDA report at the end of the year when we have to collect that information, the number of referrals that go down. We have that. Is our office referral forms connected to the program? I think we just started self-monitoring that, Mr. Crawford. It's not exactly a component of the program. It's not laid out specifically in the program, but we monitor that because now we have the restorative piece. We don't have detention or lunch detention. It's a restorative piece where the scholars self-reflect on their behavior to make better choices.
Anything further? Morris Crawford, questions answered. All in favor? Any opposed or abstaining? Count is 7. Brings us to support operations. Is it? There's nothing in mine.
Special
There's
education?
nothing here.
Yeah.
I have nothing. Thank you. Pardon me. There was nothing, Mr. Baldini. After you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening. 10F1, we seek the board's approval for special education placements.
Is there a second? Holder. Any questions? Hearing none, all those in favor? Any opposed or abstaining? The count is 7 on the mysterious 10F1.
10F2 is a contract with the Farmingdale Union Free School District for Wyandanch resident students who receive special education services there in parentally placed schools.
Is there first? Crawford, anybody second? Corbin, any questions?
Question.
Yes, sir.
You know, I'm big on this, so I guess I'll come back around to it. The dates here,
Yes, sir.
they reflect the 23-24 school year.
That is correct.
Okay, so this is what's owed to the school?
Yes, sir. Yeah, by 3602C New York State law, we have to pay for the services that were provided and recommended by the CSE. So whenever they get the information to us, we're bound to pay.
Got it. Thank you,
Yes,
sir.
Crawford, Corbin on the first and the second. Question answered. All those in favor? Any opposed or abstaining? Count is 7 on 10F2.
That concludes special education. Thank you.
Thank you.
Support operations?
Good evening. Support operations is a list of obsolete or broken equipment that is being disposed of with an e-waste procedure.
Is there first? Corbin. Is there a second? Brown, other questions?
Question. This resolution reads, access and dispose in the most appropriate manner. However, in years past, the resolutions read something pretty much differently. So what is now the most appropriate manner of the district? Because it's my understanding that it was some type of service that was voted on a reorg and we actually get some money back.
So it's a service that will come, and once this is approved, they will pick up and they take it apart and do the things to do it that you're allowed to do it. And they, sell off parts that they can sell, and that's how we get a little bit of that money. The verbiage just came from a template that was given to me. I could look into it and see if it's not the correct one. But we do utilize that service to dispose of the e-waste for us in the manner which is necessary according to the EPA.
So, Madam Attorney, do you think the language is fine? Because the most appropriate manner could also be, I don't know, giving it to someone and then it's out of our hands.
Well, the most appropriate in my mind also means legal, but we can add most appropriate in legal manner.
Okay.
Since it does sound like there is a process for disposing of electronic equipment, you can't
Correct.
just throw it in the
We
regular
can't just throw it in the garbage.
So most appropriate in legal manner. I would add most appropriate, the word and legal, between appropriate and manner. So I'd make that slight edit.
Thank you.
Could we do a friendly amendment to amend that?
I think so.
Friendly amendment to 10G1 to read, be it resolved upon the recommendation of the superintendent of schools that the Board of Education access and dispose in the manner most appropriate and legal
Sounds good.
the following equipment as they are obsolete and broken. Corbin and Brown, do you maintain your first and second? Questions answered. All those in favor? Any opposed or abstaining? Count is 7.
Support operations number 2 is an agreement with the district and GP management to provide an after-school photography club for students at the Milton L. Olive Middle School and the Wyandanch Memorial High School. This is fully funded through the Title IV grant.
Here first. Brown Walker, any questions?
Yes, I do have a question. I don't have the supporting documentation in front of me. However, according to the budget, the resolution reads total cost not to exceed $25,000. But I believe that the budget goes up to approximately $25,000. But then there's a line that says that the district will supply equipment at their request. So do we know how much equipment or supplies that we will need to supply so that they may run this program?
They're minimal supplies that we already have in
Yeah.
our inventory.
Good enough. Thank you.
Questions answered. Those in favor? Opposed or abstaining? Count is 7.
Support operations number 3 is an agreement between the district and Morrison Mentors to provide an after-school STEAM education program for English language learner students at the high school. It is totally funded through the Title III grant.
First. Corbin Walker, questions? All in favor? Any opposed or abstaining? Count is 7.
Support operations number 4 is an agreement between the district and Her Story Writers Workshop to provide curricular support in the English language classes. This is the same organization that presented, I believe, during our October board meeting. And this also is funded through the Title IV grant.
Is there first? Brown Walker, questions? All in favor? Any opposed or abstaining? Count is 7.
That concludes support operations.
We are now at the Board of Education, 11A1, meeting minutes. Work session for October 16th, voting session for October 23rd, and the special session from October 28th. Is there first? Corbin. Walker will second. Questions? All in favor? Any opposed or abstaining?
Morris will oppose as I was not present.
Count is 6-1-0. Board of Education, 11A4. Oh, this is the report we just said we would look at? Is that, no, the internal claims audit report, period of October 1 to October 30. is there first? Baker, Walker, any questions? All in favor? Any opposed or abstaining?
Morris will abstain as I was not here. And,
Count is 6-0-1.
Madam Chair, just a correction to 11A1, because I believe I said opposed rather than abstain. I'm abstaining.
Okay, so let's go back to 11A1. The first was Corbin Walker. Those in favor are 6. We're going to change Trustee Morris's vote from opposed to abstain. So that will be 6-0-1. Moving now to the budget status report on 11A3 for the period ending October 31st, 2024. Is there first? Corbin Walker, are there questions?
Yes. In board docs, the budget status report that was presented to the Board of Education only outlines, I believe, the Board of Education's budget as well as its employees. It does not give us a full scope of where we stand on the current budget.
And as a result, you'd like to know where we stand for the Board of Education's budget?
No, we're voting on a budget status report.
And so the question is?
And we're not voting on it in its entirety. So if we're going to hereby acknowledge receipt of it, we have to acknowledge receipt of only the portions that we've received.
Is there a reason why there's only 4 pages? Jessica, do we know?
That's what I received from the business department.
Business department? Respectfully?
As I do monthly, my only intent was to provide the board with the areas that they are directly responsible for, as I do with the schools and other departments throughout the district.
Okay.
That was the intent of the submission, and that's what was submitted. I was not encouraging or expecting a resolution.
So point of order. So in the past, then we received a line-by-line budget status report that gave us a scope of the fiscal health of the entire budget. And the reason being, and the district was cited for this as well, in a letter that I always quote by Andrew Sanfilippo from the State Controller's Office, where he cited the board for not familiarizing itself with the fiscal health. And so in doing so, only receiving just the Board of Education's budget, the superintendent and the district clerk, we won't have a general idea on where we stand fiscally. Or if that's all the board wants to receive, that's on y'all. But if we cite it, I'm going to let the record reflect what I said tonight.
Does the Board of Education want to amend what the business office supplies to us, which shows our direct responsibility? Or would you like to have a line-by-line status report showing operations across the board? Not literally, meaning the district. Now, Mr. Chase, your comments are welcome.
Actually, I'm not okay with it because the board should receive every month a full budget status report, which is really, it could be summarized by functional area, but it should be the entire budget from Board of Education to benefits.
So, Mr. Wilson, my next question is, how long would it take you to prepare a summary of each individual item?
45 seconds. It's keystroke. It's a canned report.
Okay.
It's a report that's required to be given to you by your treasurer, which you don't have.
Okay.
Or an accountant, which you do not have.
All right.
But I do not mind preparing it and putting it in the box
Please.
tomorrow.
All right. So with that being said, we're going to pull back. Corbin, would you mind pulling back your first? I'm going to pull back my second. on 11A3 pending your submission of the summary. Is that fair? Board of Education? All right. That takes care of, oh no, moving right along, 11A4. Memorandum of Agreement for WAPA, running July 1, 2021 through June 30, 2029, and authorizes the board pres to sign the reference MOA and successor CBA, also known as the collective bargaining agreement. Is there first? We're on 11A4, Board of Education number 4. Baker Walker, are there questions? I'm sorry, trustee, would you use your microphone, please?
We were given one packet, one paper. On the paper, it said grandfather personnel, Schedule B and Schedule A, just the clarity in between the different schedules.
Business office?
Yes, the new contract provides two schedules, a Schedule A for, Schedule A and a Schedule B as you have in your hands there. The reason for the Schedule B is because when we restructured the agreement or the salary structure or salary program, those persons on Schedule B would be making less than they're currently making if we held them to the Schedule A amount. So therefore, there is a separate Schedule B for what it's currently in the contract as grandfather personnel. And there are about 8 of them.
Okay. 8 in all
altogether.
All 7 categories.
Right.
But we currently don't. Currently, there's no one in network and systems administrator.
There is.
I thought we abolished that position.
That's the title.
No, but there's someone working in that position.
In the Schedule B position.
A and B. I thought we abolished that position.
The title that's in the system right now is what's on the report. Now, whether or not that's the correct, that's the title that's in the school district system.
So that goes back to what I had said to you earlier, that some positions don't exist. But they're looking in this contract to restore these positions?
No, that.
Or they're looking to get, or there's someone who's saying that they're in these positions looking to be paid?
If you're speaking of, if we're speaking of the network and systems administrator, I'll say it again, that is an existing occupied position in the district, according to the district's records. That's not a new position.
At the same time, there are positions here that are not occupied, but they're.
Correct. But network and systems administrator is not one of them.
So last year, I'll help you out, Crawford. Last year, there was a network and systems administrative position that was recommended to the board. That resolution failed. The civil services was canvassed, and the resolution failed. That I do remember, because I was mad when it failed. However, the position was vacant. It was restored, within last year's or the year before's budget, and 2 people were recommended actually, and it failed 2 times. So how did someone get in a position that never came back before the board?
Or never was recreated.
It was recreated. That went through. I believe that passed. I may be wrong. But I do remember it going before the board twice, and it failed. 2 persons who voted against it, they're here tonight.
So this, just a point of order. This happened. Don't date me on the year.
2020.
No, prior to where lack of better terms, a phantom position was created, and the person occupied that position without board authorization for X amount of years, and we end up abolishing and we feel like it's at the same point again where it's someone in this particular position. Is there board authorization for this position? Like where we are in terms of the status, because I'm a little hazy in terms of the conversation just now. I don't remember being approved, it being approved or reinstated of this position. I can be wrong.
All right. I think for the purposes of the resolution, the way to look at this would be, for the purposes of the resolution only, if the position were to exist at all, this is the salary that would be paid for the position. Whether or not the position should exist, should or should not be occupied, is a conversation for that's a different resolution altogether. What's being presented to you tonight is a memorandum of agreement which has been on the table and been board approved going back to January of 2024. Titles haven't changed in terms of that one at least. What I'll state again, that because the salary has been established for a position doesn't mean the position has to be filled or is appropriately filled. What it does say is if it is to be filled in any of these titles, this is the agreed upon salary for it. I don't know if that helps at all.
No, it doesn't. It sounds very deja vu-ish because it's the same conversation I had, I want to say, when they came up 2 contracts ago of putting in a position, no one in a position. It was a created position, and it was mysteriously filled without a resolution.
I understand clearly what you're saying. I mean, I wasn't here for what transpired, but I understand clearly what you're saying, and I don't want to minimize it. But what my point is that issue, if it exists, needs to be addressed. But that's a separate issue in the MOA. But it needs to be looked into and addressed.
I do have a question regarding the term grandfathered personnel. For the sake of record keeping and appropriateness, should we change that language and replace it with persons who were hired before whatever date? Or should we outline in the MOA those employees who are considered grandfathered?
I mean, what we've done is provide the identified parties, the parties who are grandfathered, quote unquote, have been identified, and that has been provided to and agreed upon as accurate by the union as well as by the district. And as I said, there are about 7 or 8 of them. Let me make sure I understand the suggestion.
So it was more of, so when we say grandfathered personnel, is it from 2021? Is it from July 1st, 2024? And also, or is it?
July 1, 2024.
Okay, so it would be for those persons in these titles then who were hired before, or let's see, on or before July 1st, 2024?
Well before. These are people that are currently on step 10 of the expired contract.
Got it. So then, and I say this because it's in my union contract, and there's more than one salary schedule with it, so it's not the first time I've seen this. However, you identify your steps and where you at based upon that little tab that says if you were hired on or before whatever date or after. Because grandfather personnel is going to open up the Pandora's box for people to say, well, it's vague. What does it mean? Especially if we're going back to 2021.
Again, what we can represent is that they held their ratification meeting on November 1st. Not being a member of the union, I don't know what was presented to them by their union, but whatever was presented and or explained was overwhelmingly approved by the members present. Now, if and or when this is signed and approved, we will certainly, the salary schedules are no secret. They'll be published in the contract that available to any and all unit members. I can't imagine a contract not containing salary schedules and given to the employees. I can't even imagine that. I don't know that I want to know. But I appreciate it.
Anything more on 11A4 regarding the MOA for WAPA? Hearing nothing. Those in favor? Any opposed or abstaining? Count is 7. That takes care of the Board of Education resolutions and all resolutions to this point except for personnel. The Board of Education has a desire to go into personnel to talk about the selected items and to receive, to discuss the employment of particular persons and to receive legal advice around such. Is there a first to enter into executive session? Is there a second? Brown. All in favor? Any opposed? Walker. Any abstaining? The count is 6-1, 6-1-0. We stand in executive session at 10:30 p.m. What's your appetite on block voting, Board of Ed? Yeah, you could do that. Except for 10B1 is the only one. John, you ready? All right, welcome back to the public session after our second executive session. Now we will discuss the resolutions for business number 2 and personnel items that were pulled for later discussion, led by Dr. Havisham for personnel.
Okay, 10B1, district-wide appointments with the exception of item I, we are pulling or withdrawing.
Is there a second? Brown. Questions? Hearing none. All in favor? Any opposed or abstaining? Count is 6-0-0.
Item 10B2, MLK lead teachers appointments.
Morris Brown. Questions or concerns? Hearing none. All in favor? Any opposed or abstaining? Count is 6.
10B3, change in salary for completion of credits. Oh, we
Yeah,
did. I'm
10B6.
sorry. I'm tired. I'm sorry.
10B6, Doctor.
Yep. The appointment of the district-wide marching band director. With
Point of
the,
inform-
revision of the contracted title, Article 25 in the contract.
Is there first? Brown Walker. Any questions?
The salary is the same.
The salary stays the same. Title changes.
The title is different. The salary is correct.
Right.
According to Mr. Wilson, he said district-wide supervisor of music is at $12,000.
And we're changing the title. Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Questions answered. All in favor? Any opposed or abstaining? Count is 6.
Item 10B7, the lead teacher appointment for MLO.
Questions or concerns? Hearing none. All in favor? Any opposed or abstaining? Count is 6.
10B9, the approval of conferences.
Is there first? Letter A. Is there first? Morris Brown. Questions or concerns? Hearing none. All in favor? Any opposed or abstaining? The count is 6. Letter B. Is there first? Brown Walker. Any questions? All in favor? Any opposed or abstaining? Count is 5-0-1.
10B10, appointment of teacher position with the revision of the tenure date from November 14, 2024 through November 13, 2027.
Is there a second? Brown. Questions? All in favor? Any opposed or abstaining? Count is 6-0-0.
10B11, the appointment of a .6 interim assistant principal.
Is there first? Brown Walker. Questions? All in favor? Any opposed or abstaining? Count is 5-0-1.
10B12, the request for a leave of absence without pay for the position indicated, teacher assistant.
Any questions? Is there a question? Okay. All in favor? Any opposed or abstaining? Count as 6.
10B13, appointment of the leave replacement teaching position.
Zare first. Brown. Walker will second. Questions?
Is the resolution good as is with, since there's an annual salary, it's only for 1 month? Yes. Okay, good enough.
All in favor? Any opposed or abstaining? Count as 6.
10B14, request for leave of absence without pay.
Is there a second? Brown. Questions? All in favor? Any opposed or abstaining? Count as 6.
10B15, LFH lead teacher appointments.
Zare first. Brown, Walker. Questions? Hearing none. All those in favor? Those opposed or abstaining? Count as 6.
That concludes personnel. Or are we going to entertain the 10B16? Or we're
I'm
just
amenable, but I think the board said that it was
So we're
pending.
just going to come back and address it
document.
all? The resignation letter?
Motion to table personnel resolution number 10B.
16,
Pending.
pending the letter of resignation. Okay. That concludes personnel.
Wait. There's a motion.
Oh, sorry.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there first? Brown. Is there a second? Holder. Any questions? All those in favor? Any opposed? Walker. Abstaining? 0. The count is 5-1-0. All right.
Now I can say it?
You can
That
say it.
concludes personnel.
Moving to business. Mr. Wilson?
Thank you, Madam President.
You're welcome, sir.
Business C2 is the acceptance of the independent audit report for the school year ended June 30, 2024.
Is there a first? Brown, Walker will second. Are there questions? All in favor? Any opposed or abstaining? The count is 6-0-0. Business, the audit report. C, like cat, number 2. Brown, Walker, 6. At this time, the Board of Education has taken action on the personnel items and the business items left over from discussion from our previous executive session. Motion to adjourn. Is there a second? Brown. Questions or concerns? Hearing none. Count is 6 at 11:51. Good night.
Good night. Okay, Ms. Kathy, give me a minute.